Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in the invocation by the Honorable William M. Stanley, Jr., 20th Senatorial District. Following the invocation, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Jonathan Palmore, Senior Assistant Clerk for Technology, Virginia Senate Clerk's Office. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First, I want to sincerely thank Madam Clerk for the honor of praying with you, my friends, as we begin our day of legislative deliberations. Let us now pray and rejoice in the glory of the day that the Lord has made for us. Father God, thank you for this opportunity to be with all of our brothers and sisters here in the Virginia State Senate. And although we may disagree on various issues, we, by your guidance, are never disagreeable with each other as we debate the important matters that face our Commonwealth during these troubling times in our nation. Lord, fill us, each and every one of us, with your Holy Spirit. Fill our hearts with your word and your love so that we may do your will in every action that we take. Remind us all at every moment as we move forward in the grace of life that you have given us, that all is possible through your love, your hope for humanity, and your promise of salvation and eternal life. We stand before you today, humbled by your power and your grace, for we are all sinners, but redeemed by that promise that we shall all meet again in your kingdom once we have fulfilled your destiny for that gift of life that you have given us. Heal us, forgive us for our transgressions, and forgive those who have trespassed against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. We pray today for all who are in this room. We pray for our friends and neighbors. We pray for the citizens that we serve here in this chamber. And we especially pray for those and for the love and comfort that you give for those that suffer from the travails of life's challenges, the poor and the downtrodden. We pray for those who suffer from this horrible disease that has swept over us, and we pray for their families who suffer alongside of them. We pray for our President and the First Lady as they now deal with this disease. May it remind us all that we are all human, made in your form, and that despite our position in life, our economic situation, our political affiliations, our individual beliefs, or the color of our skin, that we are still all of your children, made in your image and subject to your will and bathed in your grace. Father God, guide us, lead us, and help us to make this good earth that you have made a better place for all of humanity. Help us to replace hate with your love. Let us love each other as you intended to be. Empower us with the responsibility of leadership to make all things within our power to be better and in the glory of your name. While we are far from perfect, Father God, we seek at every turn, both in our words, our deeds, and our love of you, eternal salvation through your Son, who died so that we may yet live. I ask all of these things in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we now pray this prayer of thanks to be heard by you. And in your name, allow us now to all say together in one strong and unified voice, Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, that's fantastic. The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Thursday, October the 1st, 2020.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. Clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Clerk will report any communication from the Governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour?
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the clerk last week, since Senator Stanley was giving the prayer, if she would check the structural integrity of the ceiling. Apparently you did, and I thank you very much.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake rise.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Will you have the journal reflect that the gentleman from Washington is away today on pressing personal business?
Thank the Senator. The journal will so reflect. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Friday, October the 2nd, 2020. Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 5029 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, as you know, this is the pretext to marijuana bill that you've heard time and time again. And so with just that little brief explanation, I just concur that I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5029? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 5033 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, if we could return to the morning hour for a brief announcement.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if we can let the journal reflect that the senator from Spotsylvania is away on pressing personal business today.
Thank the Senator. The journal will so reflect.
Senate Bill 5033.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill we saw yesterday. We had a little bit of debate on the floor substitute, and the bill before you here is identical to the floor substitute that passed yesterday. So this vote will send this bill to the governor. This vote will send this bill to the governor. This is the statute that basically makes it clear that Commonwealth attorneys, if they make a motion to drop a case, the defendant concurs, the judge has to grant the motion, and also creates a deferral and dismissal procedure or deferral and reduction of charges procedure. I would hope we would pass this bill as we did yesterday.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5033? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, no 7. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 5035 has passed the House with a substitute.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be rejected for SB 5035, and speaking to that motion.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute actually conforms the Senate bill that was passed in our chamber to the House version. And the House bill is a statewide mandate, whereas the Senate SB 5035 in its original form was an enabling legislation allowing localities to establish the Civilian Review Board. And therefore, I move that we reject the substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5035? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 37.
Ayes 1, noes 37. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 5039 has passed the House with the substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House substitute. Speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This aligns the bill now with the House bill we passed yesterday. It gives the governor additional flexibility with an expanded definition of PPE that he can purchase on the behalf of folks in the private sector. And I reiterate my motion that the House substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5039? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 5042 has passed the House with amendments.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins.
Mr. President, I move that we pass or concur that with the House amendments, and the House amendments be agreed to for Senate Bill 5042. It's simply technical in nature, these amendments. It adds an S, it takes out a comma, and adds the word hospice to be inclusive of that. But basically, it's the same bill as was passed in the Senate.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5042? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 5080 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendments, and speaking to those amendments.
Senator has the floor.
These amendments are to correct drafting errors that were in the bills, and we've already actually done that, addressed these same amendments when we approved a bill from Delegate Adams when it came over from the House. So with that, I renew my motion to concur with the House amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5080? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 5080 and the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 5081 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendments, but I do so with a recommendation that we reject the House amendment.
Senator, the floor.
That is addressed here. This bill is a bill that I carried dealing with the issue of outbreaks, such as has occurred with the pandemic that we've had over the last several months, and making sure that when there are outbreaks that occur in various institutions and facilities and programs, that that information is publicly available and presented to the public. What we're trying to do, as I'm working with some people, a variety of people in terms of addressing this, to make sure that we get a comprehensive list of all the programs that would be affected by this without doing anything that's unnecessary or untoward. And we're working on it, and I think it would be best to have this resolved in conference committee.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5081? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate rejects the House amendments.
Senate Bill 5083 has passed the House with amendments.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that required school boards to post on their website their COVID mitigation plan required by the Department of Health. The amendment is a technical amendment that defines school boards as they are in the code to make clear this is public school boards.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5083? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 5088 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be rejected, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
We just have a small difference yet to work out whether or not there should be a sunset date or to just limit this to states of emergency where it's specifically enacted. I think we can do that in conference if we would vote red.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5088? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 5090 has passed the House with a substitute with amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move that we will concur with the House amendments. They do two things. The substitute first adds demographics to the data that will be reported on a weekly basis by the Virginia Department of Health to include race and ethnicity. And the subsequent amendment allows the Virginia Department of Health to ensure that that reporting will not result in such a microscopic level that you might be able to identify who the people are who have COVID. So that is the message of the substitute and the amendment, and I move that we pass them. Thank you. Concur.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5090? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 5117 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendment.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that allows for the civil penalty of up to $500 for a violation of an executive order. The House approach to this bill was to include a sunset the bill as of June 30, 2023. We've already adopted this approach when the House bill came over here, and so this bill would just this amendment puts the bill in identical form to the House bill that's already passed, and we'll send it to the governor's desk.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5117? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 16.
Ayes 22, noes 16. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator. We'll read the title first, sir.
House Bill 5045, a bill related to carnal knowledge of a person in the custody of a law enforcement officer or an inmate, parolee, probationer, detainee, or pretrial defendant or post-trial offender, local or state law enforcement officer, penalty. Committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
The substitute having been adopted, I move that the bill pass, House Bill 5045.
Senator has the floor.
And this bill has to do with outlawing any law enforcement officer having carnal knowledge of a person in the custody of the law enforcement officer, whether in jail or wherever it happens to be. That's all it does.
Thank the senator. Do any senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5045? Seeing none, question is, shall the Senate pass House Bill 5045? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate passes House Bill 5045.
House Bill 5109, a bill relating to the Department of Criminal Justice Services law enforcement officer training and qualifications. The committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate, and we have a floor substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we reconsider the vote by which the committee substitute was adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the committee substitute was adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I now move that we adopt the judiciary substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I now move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the floor substitute. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. What the floor substitute does is it changes some of the language that was originally in the substitute. It addresses training. It requires additional training as it relates to implicit bias. My glasses are fogging up. It addresses implicit bias in interacting with persons who have a mental illness, substance use disorder, or developmental or cognitive disability as a part of the standards. It also addresses standards for community policing in order to ensure sensitivity to and awareness of systemic and individual racism, cultural diversity, and the potential for bias-based profiling. It also addresses training in de-escalation techniques and training as it relates to systemic and individual racism. It requires DCJS to establish requirements for compulsory mental health examinations for law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs, and jail officers and correctional officers. And it adds to the minimum qualifications to become a law enforcement officer or a jail officer, and the requirement that such a person undergo a psychological examination subsequent to conditional officer of employment conducted under the supervision of a licensed psychologist or other licensed mental health professional, as well as establish the requirements for compulsory mental health examinations to include guidelines for implementation of such mental health examinations. And with that explanation, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the gentlelady from Hampton would be so generous to yield for a couple of questions, please.
Will Senator yield? Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, before my question, I will do the former disclaimer is that in my advanced age, sometimes my independent recollection is not what it should be, and so we may be replowing a road that we have already been over. But if I could direct the senator's attention to page 7, beginning on line 169, please. Mr. President, my question is, and I do appreciate that while she is an extraordinary educator, she is not an attorney, and that may be a compliment on it. But if the gentlelady would be so kind to explain to me exactly what this language means, include recognizing implicit bias in interacting with persons of mental illness, substance disorder, development, or cognitive disabilities. Help me with recognizing implicit bias in interacting.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the issues that has been recognized as problematic as it relates to addressing issues in problems with policing in communities of color, as well as interacting with individuals in various communities, has been the problem of implicit bias with law enforcement officers, and that is what this particular issue tends to get to.
Further question?
Mr. President, if she would be so kind, if I could do a follow-up as to that issue.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is not grounded in an academic sense, but in a very practical sense on the street. How are we going to instruct law enforcement officers on recognizing cognitive disability, which can on an intermittent be brought about as a result of drug abuse?
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, the only way that I can respond to that is that one has to go through the necessary training to begin to recognize that they have the implicit bias to begin with, before they can they have to recognize that they have the bias before they can start to even interact with individuals. If they don't recognize that they have the problem, in interacting with individuals, if you don't know that you have the problem, in interacting with individuals who have cognitive disabilities or mental impairments or developmental disabilities or other kinds of disorders, if you don't know that you have the problem, then of course you're not going to understand on the streets as you're beginning to interact with individuals that the problem exists.
Mr. President, if I could move on and if I could invite the gentlelady to look at page 11 on line 276, please.
Senator Yield for another question. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my question is, and this once again deals with requirements that we're putting on the agency. Is it our expectation, is it the intention of this bill to require compulsive mental health examinations for all law enforcement officers?
Senator, has the floor.
It is.
Mr. President, my follow-up question to the gentlelady then, how does she anticipate that these compulsory mental health examinations, even to an applicant or an incumbent officer who has never in her or his career demonstrated that, who do we anticipate will be performing these compulsory mental health examinations? Will it be done internally or will it be done externally by an independent agency?
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, that determination will be determined at
Mr. President, I withdraw my question.
Questions withdrawn. For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sarabel, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'll just say if there's concern about implicit bias issues, I would just note that implicit bias is currently in the code, and it appears right now in existing code language. If you look at this bill on line 204, so officers are already required to be trained in awareness of cultural diversity and implicit bias. And to the senator from James City County who had a question about the mental health examinations, I would just point out to him that that concept was first brought to our chamber's attention by the former senator from Grayson County, who was a former state trooper. And he actually introduced legislation in 2018, along with Delegate Danny Marshall, asking us to pass that legislation 2 years ago. So I was glad that this bipartisan concept worked its way into our bill. But I would also just like to point out that in my conversations with law enforcement, these mental health exams will be done by independent third-party psychologists, and that they're commonly done in other areas, and they're pretty standardized. They tend to cost about $300 a piece, and so I think it's a very doable and workable solution. So, Mr. President, I think that would hopefully help to answer some of the questions from the senator from James City County, although I'm not sure he's listening to me right now.
Mr. Chairman.
For purpose, senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
I apologize, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the gentleman from Fairfax yield for a quick question?
Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, as I was looking at line 169 and he brushed over that, I see it says include recognizing implicit biases and interacting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what it doesn't say is, it says to recognize the implicit bias, but it doesn't say training and techniques to assist these people. And so I would ask the gentleman on line 69, if you struck recognizing implicit biases and put including proper techniques in interacting with persons who have mental illness, substance abuse or disorder, et cetera, if that wouldn't be a better approach to get what we're trying to get to, because we're trying to get these folks training so that they know how to interact with people with mental illness, substance abuse, substance use disorder, developmental cognitive disability, et cetera. The way it reads now, it just says the officer should recognize that there's an implicit bias, stop.
Right.
But it doesn't say we should be training them in techniques to deal with those folks that they interact with. So I offer that to the gentleman, if that wouldn't be a better way. I guess that's a question. Wouldn't that be a better way to approach this?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the first thing I would say to the gentleman is I would direct him to lines 276 through 284 of the bill, which require compulsory in-service training standards for law enforcement officers in working with people with disabilities, mental health needs, or substance abuse disorders. And so that language, I think, does ask that they be trained in those areas or have compulsory training in those areas, which is not required right now. But I'm sure the gentleman would agree, Mr. President, being also a fellow criminal defense lawyer, that many of the cases that we see often originate from people with mental health problems or substance abuse disorders, and that the police response to those is often to initiate criminal charges instead of mental health, which is, I think, there's a different bill that's being carried by the senator, I think, from Prince William County that hopefully will help even keep police officers out of these situations more often. So, there's a couple different approaches this special session we're doing to deal with that, and I think that will hopefully alleviate some of the concern there.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from King George yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman if he could repeat his suggested amendment on line 169 and 170.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. What I was suggesting on line 169 was to strike, after include, strike recognizing implicit biases, and instead I would suggest it would read including techniques for interacting with persons who have mental illness. All I'm suggesting is that that language should be clear in the training standards, that you want to know how to properly interact with these folks rather than just dismissing their problems. And so that's why I offered that suggestion.
Speaking to the matter, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I agree with the senator from King George. Recognizing implicit bias puts an onus on him that he may not be able to do, but to include proper techniques and interacting with persons is much more doable. Mr. President, in an earlier life, I had a group home and a residential home with people with, they then called it MR, it was an MR waiver. Now I think they call it ID waiver. And these individuals had mental health illnesses. They had substance abuse problems. They had developmental or cognitive disabilities. And I think my colleague, Senator Lucas, may operate similar homes. Why we may not be able to recognize an implicit bias, we were able to recognize through the behavior and mannerisms of these people that there was a mental health illness or substance abuse disorder or a developmental or cognitive disability involved. So I think the language is an improvement if the patron of the bill is in a like agreement to change and substitute those words, recognizing implicit biases, and insert proper techniques.
Thank you, Senator. For purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the substitute.
Senator has the floor.
I think the recognition language here is significant and important. I've been involved in a number of arrests and certainly dealing with hundreds of kids coming into my juvenile detention center that I operated who were impaired either with mental illness, cognitive disorders, or on substance abuse. And there's a tendency among police and detention workers and what have you to sort of suspend the rules. It's just kind of like, well, he's drunk, so I don't have to treat him in any specific way, or, oh, he's crazy, so the rules are off, I can sort of do whatever. And these are real problems that the senator from Hampton is attempting to address here. You have to first recognize what you're dealing with and that there may be a bias in the way you're going to approach it. I think the senator from King George his amendment gets at that, but I would hate to remove the term recognition, because that's very, very important to recognize that you just don't suspend normal civility and common practice just because somebody is impaired in some way or another, and I've seen it happen time and time and time again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose? I don't know if they're sitting there. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the substitute.
Senator has the floor.
I just want to echo some of the expressions I'm hearing this morning about an amendment as offered. There is not a single factor that will actually provide all the opportunities we have to improve services with law enforcement in our communities. We have community policing. We have to address biases. But we also have an issue that the police departments are often left out of the equation for people in the community that have special needs. And I can offer in Henrico as an example of that. We passed legislation last year to make sure that the Board of Education aligned the FERPA practices across the state of Virginia with schools because of some of the issues we'd seen. I know I'd seen them in Henrico and other places, but an example is police were called to a school for a problem with a student, but they were never made aware that that student actually had autism, that all they knew is that the student was disruptive and maybe self-destructive. That student was running for a major thoroughfare road, and the police officers tackled him in an attempt to make sure they were providing the services they thought they needed. But their lack of awareness of that individual's special needs made them not necessarily as nimble as they would be to address the situation in a creative way. So I think that there are lots of opportunities here for us to improve, and we need to have communication. It is not always clear and evident that somebody has a developmental delay or another issue, and so that kind of communication and awareness of recognizing it or communicating it from one entity in a locality to another can really help us make some of the improvements that we want to make going forward. So I hope that we will consider at least inserting some of the language we're hearing, because I think that there are opportunities that are not yet addressed in this piece of legislation that may make it better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the House Bill 5109 pass as a substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 5109 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Ayes 24, noes 14. House Bill 5109 passes.
Regular calendar House bills on third reading. House Bill 5029, a bill relating to law enforcement officer failure to intervene in use of excessive force penalties. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the floor substitute, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the floor substitute does is it uses, it creates, it addresses the issue of law enforcement officers witnessing another law enforcement officer using excessive force, and it defines what excessive force is. And if a law enforcement officer witnesses another law enforcement officer using excessive force or attempting to use excessive force, that law enforcement officer shall intervene when feasible to end it or prevent its further use, and that law enforcement officer shall render aid as circumstances permit to any person injured or as a result of that excessive force, and report that intervention. And any violation is subject to disciplinary action with regard to that, and that is what the substitute does. And again, I move its passage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of House Bill 5029.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5029? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5029 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, noes 17. House Bill 5029 passes.
House Bill 5049.
Mr. President,
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
having voted on the prevailing side on that last bill, I ask that we reconsider.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 5029 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 5029 pass.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 5029 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, noes 17. House Bill 5029 passes.
House Bill 5049, a bill relating to acquisition and use of military property by law enforcement agencies. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor sub.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm getting a lot of exercise. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The Committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the floor substitute. And speaking to that,
Senator, has the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. And what this floor, we've seen this before in the omnibus bill, Senate Bill 5030. The difference in what this floor substitute does is, again, it prohibits the use of previously acquired property, prohibited property unless, but the difference is it prohibits the property unless such locality, sheriff, chief of police, or director of chief executive has received a waiver to use such property from the Department of Criminal Justice Services. It requires the publication of a notice of any request for property from a surplus program that has been operated by the federal government on a publicly accessible website within 14 days after such a request has been made. It includes an exception for the acquisition, purchase, or otherwise acceptance of any personal protective equipment or any life-saving medication or any personal property that is not specifically prohibited in the bill. It prohibits the use of any kinetic impact munitions unless an unlawful assembly has been declared. It also does not apply to the state police or the National Guard or to SWAT or to a SWAT team. And I believe that those are the specific, those are the primary differences from what was previously stated in the prior legislation, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Sure.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the senator bring her attention to line 438, little IV. Armored multi-wheeled vehicles that are mine-resistant, ambush-protected, and configured for combat from a surplus program. Can the gentlelady tell me why we don't want to protect our police department and our sheriff's department with this type of vehicle?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we did engage in some extensive discussion, the House patron and I, with regard to that, and simply came to the conclusion that it was not necessary to add that to the prohibition.
Further question?
Yes. I'm a little confused. Did the gentlelady say that it was not added, but because it's definitely in here?
Senator has the floor. Sorry, can the Senator yield for another question? Senator yields. Can you, Senator, restate your question, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I believe I heard the gentlelady say that it was not added, but it is in here. Am I correct in that?
I think Senator's asked for clarification on the question specifically.
Never mind, Mr. President. I'll speak to the bill when it's time.
Now it's good.
Good. Thank you.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the third stick to the cops bill we've seen here today. And I got to tell you, this one really gets my dander up. There is no reason for us to prohibit local law enforcement from having protective vehicles. We have seen riots in the streets. We have seen Molotov cocktails thrown at our police departments and our sheriff's deputies. We have seen commercial-grade fireworks aimed at our police officers and our sheriff's deputies. And here we are denying them just basic protective equipment that is free from the federal government. These are not armored vehicles with weapons or kinetic weapons. These are protective vehicles that our police departments and sheriff's deputies need. We're going way overboard. I wonder how many more bills we're going to see in the session that's going to stick it to the police department and put their lives at risk again. I'm disgusted. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for request.
Senator's the floor.
Could this bill go by for the day?
Any objection?
All right, can it go by temporarily then?
Any objection? Without objection, House Bill 5049 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 5051, a bill relating to decertification of law enforcement officer, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the judiciary substitute be adopted, and by way of explanation.
Senator doesn't need to explain if you want to.
Mr. President, what this does, Senate Bill 5051, I'm sorry?
I said you don't need to explain on the motion to adopt the committee substitute.
Okay, I move.
But you can if you on passage.
I move the substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, with the substitute, what this bill does is establish professional standards of conduct applicable to all certified law enforcement officers and certified jail officers and appropriate due process procedures for decertification based on serious misconduct in violation of those standards. It also provides that the employer of a law enforcement officer must notify the Criminal Justice Services Board in the event of serious misconduct, ensuring that the police officer or law enforcement officer does have due process under the grievance procedures. That's basically what it does, Mr. President. So with that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5051? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5051 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, noes 7. House Bill 5051 passes.
House Bill 5069, a bill relating to law enforcement officers' prohibition on the use of neck restraints penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, we've seen the George Floyd tragedy. This prohibits neck restraints except in extraordinary circumstances where somebody's life is endangered. So it prohibits this kind of conduct on the part of law enforcement. With that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been some back and forth between the bodies about this one. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're voting for. The the House approach was to make chokeholds by law enforcement officers a separate felony under the code. The approach that we adopted in this body was to simply prohibit police officers from doing it in a use of force article, but not to make it a separate crime. And the reason that's important is because by doing that, we make it unnecessary to add a new felony to the code. Just so everybody understands where I'm coming from on that, and the people out there in the world as to why we don't need to adopt a law enforcement specific felony. I want to make sure everybody understands what Virginia law currently says, which is under 18.2, 51.6 of the code. We made strangulation a felony in 2012. And in order for a strangulation to be a felony, somebody with or without consent has to impede blood circulation, respiration of the person by knowingly, intentionally, and importantly, unlawfully applying pressure to their neck. And so by adopting our approach, the approach in this bill, by putting in a separate provision of the code that a law enforcement officer is not allowed to apply a chokehold unless they're defending their own life or the life of another person, that makes the use of a chokehold in other situations unlawful, which means the strangulation statute can now be used to prosecute a law enforcement officer if they improperly use a chokehold. So we don't need to create a new felony. And so this bill basically opens up the strangulation statute to use against law enforcement officers if they use a chokehold when they're not allowed to. And I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that, because there's been some confusion out there in the world about whether we need to adopt a separate crime or not. We don't. We fix the problem by taking our approach here. We don't need to muck up our criminal code anymore with a new felony on the books. I want to make sure everybody understands that. I would hope the body would support the bill as it's drafted.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the senator from Roanoke City rise for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, unfortunately, my iPad's dead and I can't bring the bill up. He mentioned that these neck restraining tactics would be prohibited, but not under special circumstances. Can he tell me what those special circumstances could be?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. The bill provides that the use of a neck restraint by a law enforcement officer is prohibited unless the use of a neck restraint is immediately necessary to protect the law enforcement officer or another person. So it's prohibited except for protecting somebody else.
Further question?
No, thank you. I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5069?
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Would either the gentleman from Roanoke or the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question? Doesn't matter.
I'll be glad to yield.
I'll yield.
They'll both yield.
I'd ask the gentleman, as we were discussing this and reading that, I'm familiar with the term reasonably necessary, which appears throughout the Code of Virginia, and reasonably is a standard that is defined through both case law and the code, I believe. But I would ask the gentleman if he could explain to me what immediately necessary means in the context of this bill.
Senator has the floor.
I'll be happy to explain it. Immediately necessary, and I don't have Webster's dictionary in front of me, but it's pretty self-evident. Immediately means now, immediately, without further delay, because in situations like that, decisions have to be made quickly.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Senator yield.
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, is he aware of the term immediately being defined within the code as a term of art as it relates to criminal statutes?
Senator has the floor.
I have not checked the code as to whether or not there's any definition. I kind of doubt it, but Webster knows what it means.
Thank you. I
Further
thank the
question?
gentleman, Mr. President. I'll consult Webster.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5069? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5069 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. House Bill 5069 passes.
House Bill 5099, a bill relating to search warrants, prohibition in no-knock search warrants. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute from the Committee on the Judiciary be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the floor substitute, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor substitute includes a definition of a no-knock search warrant. It also requires that a law enforcement officer provide notice of his identity, authority, and purpose prior to entering the place to be searched for the execution of such a search warrant, to read and give a copy to the occupant, and if the establishment is unoccupied, to leave a copy of the search warrant. It also specifies the time that such a warrant can be executed, indicating that it is to be executed between the hours of 8 and 5, unless a judge or a magistrate authorizes another time for that warrant to be executed. And that's what the substitute does, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from James City County, Senator Norment, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if the gentleman, and I use that term loosely, from Southeast Fairfax would yield for a question.
Will Senator yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields.
I'm from Eastern Fairfax, not Southeastern.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax yields. Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I often refer to Friday as gratuitous Friday, sir. Mr. President, I would preface my question by repeating what I've said on a number of occasions, and that is when I was teaching law students, I try to emphasize to them that words mean something. If I could direct the gentleman's attention to page 4 in paragraph number 80, line 85 through line 91.
I can't hear anything. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I couldn't hear him.
Page 4, Mr. President, lines 85 through lines 91. Mr. President, my questions are really grounded not so much in an academic perspective, but in a real world application of which I spend a fair amount of time in. And directing, first of all, to line 87, at the very end of that, would the gentleman please articulate to me what the reasonable standard is of providing audible notice?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would note for the gentleman that audible notice was a requirement that was in the legislation we passed out of this body, and I believe we had some discussion about it on the floor. And from my point of view, I think it would mean you bang on the door and say, police really loudly. And I think there was some discussion about how loud when we were on the floor earlier. There's a lot of other stuff in here between lines 85 and 91 that was not in our bill, and I'm just looking at it for the first time right now. But with regard to the audible notice piece, that was something we previously had in our legislation, and that was my understanding of it.
Further question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I would follow up with the gentleman who I have familiarity with one of the areas of law that he practices. And I would ask you, do you see it as a potential from a criminal defense attorney raising the issue that there may have been some kind of notice, but that it was not clearly an audible notice to those that are inside the dwelling, and therefore it does not comport with the express language of this code?
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Yeah, I do yield. I'm having a difficult problem hearing the senator, but I think based on what he said, there could be, he's concerned about there being an issue about a disputed issue of fact as to whether or not audible notice was in fact provided, and somebody might challenge a search warrant saying that audible notice was not provided because they couldn't hear it or something, which I would point out to the senator, Mr. President, that I believe that's the exact issue in the Breonna Taylor case. I believe one side contends notice was given and the other side contends it was not, although they did go in the wrong apartment. But I think that audible notice is typically already provided when warrants are executed today, unless it's a no-knock. And this is an issue that happens frequently, although obviously the audible notice is not a statutory requirement right now. This would make it a statutory requirement, which would create consequences for it not being given. And I would say that given that there would be a statutory requirement that it be given, a smart law enforcement agency would probably wear body cameras so that there would be a clear video record of what they did when they knocked on the door to end any kind of disputed issue about whether or not audible notice was in fact given and how loud it was.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. President, if he would be so generous to you for another question.
Senator Yield.
Line 88.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
On line 88, the third word following authority and purpose. And my question to the gentleman is, if prior to entry, the audible notice has to be given, and with the conjunctive and, the purpose in the announcement is, we are prepared to enter this dwelling because we understand that there is a prostitution ring, but in fact it turns out actually it is a drug ring. Does the misstatement of the purpose vitiate the search?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, first of all, if I were executing one of these warrants, I would probably say something like, police open up search warrant and leave it at that to avoid that kind of confusion or issue. So, but I think it would be up to probably a judge as to whether or not I've never heard of somebody saying, open up, is this a prostitution house? I mean, so they usually just say, knock, knock, search warrant, open the door. They don't say, what they're coming in there to look for exactly. They just say, knock, knock, open up.
Mr. Speaker, would the senator yield? Mr. President, would the senator from Fairfax yield?
Mr. President.
From James City County is the floor. Would you yield?
I will not. I have another question. That
okay. Senator does not yield. Senator has the floor.
Pursue. Directing your attention to line 90, which is the last area of inquiry that I have, says allow a minimum of 30 seconds for the occupants. Mr. President, my majority experience on search warrants with no knocks has involved drug transactions, and in fact, some of the recent hyperbole has surrounded on a national basis a no knock on a drug house. Mr. President, also from a practical experience, when law enforcement shows up and they have to provide an audible notice of the purpose that they are there, and then they stand there for 30 seconds, I know it would surprise my good friend from Southeast Fairfax that people frequently run to the toilet and that they put the contraband that they have in the toilet and immediately flush it. And I would say, Mr. President, my question is, do you not think that providing a 30-second delay is not really giving the suspected criminal defendants an opportunity to dispose of evidence?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, again, this was a concept that was inserted into the bill, I assume, by the House, because it wasn't in our bill when it came out of this body. But I would note that I think the current practice is probably, about 10 seconds or so. I don't know. I haven't vetted this concept with any law enforcement agencies to see what they think of it, because I just saw it right now. But, Mr. President, 30 seconds to me is not a lot of time, and I think it probably takes 30 seconds to get from one floor to another, so it doesn't concern me, and I assume if there's an issue with it, the governor can have his say, so that's where I am on it.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for his explanations and speaking to the bill, sir.
Mr. President.
Will Senator yield? Senator from Fairfax City.
Can I rise for a request?
Senator's the floor.
Can this bill go by temporarily?
Without objection? No objection. House Bill 5099 will go by temporarily.
These all need work. This is
House Bill 5104, a bill relating to minimum qualifications for law enforcement officer, etc., disclosure of information. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor sub.
We need a lawyer to talk.
Do you want to recess? For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw, rise?
Mr. President, I would request that we stand in recess until 1:15 p.m.
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate will stand in recess until 1:15 p.m.
If the Republicans could come outside, do we have a tent? Or to the hallway?
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
On page 11, House Bill 5104.
Mr. President.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we return to House Bill 5069 and having voted on the prevail?
Senator, we'll come back to that. We're just going to finish
okay.
these last two.
All right.
Thank you, Senator. So we're currently on House Bill 5104 on page 11. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I withdraw the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Does anyone want to move the committee substitute? Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I think we need to reconsider the vote. I think. Okay.
Yeah, we just adopt the committee substitute.
Okay, I move that we adopt the committee substitute to Senate House Bill 5104.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
The Senator wants to speak to the bill?
As soon as I pull up a summary. Mr. President, what this bill does, it provides minimum qualifications for law enforcement officers. The substitute provides that there shall be, in the event a law enforcement officer does not comply with the standards, that the law enforcement officer be that a new hiring law enforcement agency would obtain information concerning any information relating to lack of compliance with prior standards, basically. That's what it does. So with that explanation, I move that the substitute to House Bill 5104 pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, will the senator from Roanoke City yield for a quick question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, is the senator from Roanoke City familiar with 392.4, which, and I'll summarize this real quick. It says on any application, interview, or otherwise required an applicant for employment or admission to disclose information concerning any arrest or criminal charge against him that has been expunged. So in other words, if something's been expunged, that applicant does not have to disclose it?
Senator has the floor.
I'm not sure that applies to this situation.
Mr. President, will the senator from Roanoke County yield?
Senator yield.
Roanoke City, but not Roanoke County.
I'm sorry.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I'm happy to direct my inquiry to the senator from Eastern Fairfax County if he'd like.
Senator from Roanoke City yield. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
I'll yield. And I apologize for referencing the senator to my left over here. Mr. President, I would point out that when there are two statutes that in conflict, the one that's more specific governs, and the senator from Virginia Beach, I believe, is referencing the general expungement statute, which applies to people applying for any job in the Commonwealth. And the statute that has to do with hiring law enforcement is the bill that's in front of you right now, and that's Section 15.21705. And what this bill does is it requires any law enforcement officer to disclose any expunged charges as part of the hiring process so that the police department or the sheriff, I think both are covered by this, would have that information before making a hiring decision. if that's what you're asking about.
Mr. President, I'd like to direct the senator from Eastern Fairfax County to line 38, about halfway down the bill, the line there. It says, to prohibit disclosure in accordance with Section 19.2, 392.4. And again, I'm happy to explain that says that you don't have to disclose something if it's been expunged from your record.
Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
I think he's asking me to yield, and I'll yield. But I think he's actually reading it backwards, I think. And what this bill does is it requires the law enforcement agent, the hiring agency, or jail to request from all prior employing agencies any information relating to an arrest or prosecution of a former officer, deputy sheriff, jail officer, including any expunged arrest or charge known to the agency or disclosed that would have been prohibited from disclosure under 392.4. So in other words, this says they have to disclose expunged information.
Mr. President, if I may, and let me clarify my request a little further. So, Mr. President, if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County would like to answer.
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
And would yield. The way it's stated here, it says that the individual, if he was an officer, actually, let me do it this way, Mr. President. Instead, let me just ask a simple question. If the individual was arrested for a small amount of marijuana when he was 19 years old, but found not guilty, and anything related to it was expunged from his record, would that have to be disclosed here?
Senator's the floor.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President.
Further question?
If he'll yield for one additional question.
Senator yield. Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, as I've read this and it's been explained to me by our wonderful, very intelligent counsel who helps us write these things, the way I understand it is that individual would actually not have to disclose it. It would have to be disclosed by any officer in his previous department or anyone in the previous department that had knowledge of anything that had been expunged from his record. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to speak to this bill.
Does Senator want to give Senator a chance to answer?
Sure, happy to.
What?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I didn't hear a question in there, so I'd be happy to sit down.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. And I was stating a fact because I had talked to the counsel that actually wrote this to get clarification to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting this bill. What this bill does, it says that under law today, if you were convicted at 19 of a small amount of possession of a small amount of marijuana and it was expunged from your record, you actually do not have to disclose it. What this says here is that if there's another officer or anyone in the department where you previously worked that is aware of that information, they have to disclose it even though you did not have to, and even though it was expunged from your record. So, Mr. President, I just want to be clear about what we're about to get into here with this bill. And what we're doing here, and I believe the senator from Chesapeake had said something about this earlier, the senior senator from Chesapeake had said something about this earlier. This was the third or fourth bill that we've now handcuffed our law enforcement with. Well, Mr. President, I'm here to tell you that we hold our police officers to a higher standard, even when by law they don't have to disclose certain information. We're requiring others around them to disclose it. And Mr. President, if you look at the policy we've stated and kind of pushed in this special session and our last session on possession of small amounts of marijuana, we've made it where it's just a civil offense, a small fine. And Mr. President, I ask, why would we be putting an officer who doesn't have to disclose it at risk of being hired from a new department just because he had possession of a small amount of marijuana which was previously expunged from his record, and we're asking all of his peers or anyone that knew anything about it, saying they have to disclose it? I think that's kind of crazy. And Mr. President, I'm glad that in our budget we're talking about supporting our law enforcement with a $500 bonus. And let me tell you why. Because everything we've done in this special session, and a lot of things we did last year, it's really made their jobs a lot more dangerous. And Mr. President, because we're making their profession much more dangerous, and because we're letting cold-blooded killers, child sexual predators, rapists, and robbers back into our community, and let me explain something there. When we do that, we're going to now have to rearrest, re-prosecute, and then put these individuals back in jail because I don't believe everybody we're putting out there has been completely reformed. So we're taking a profession that we're going to hold at a higher standard. We're going to give them a $500 bonus. We're going to make it so you can sue that individual for doing their job. We're going to hold them to a higher standard, hold them to much higher standards than we do anyone else in the Commonwealth. And we're going to do things like eliminate no-knock warrants, which will truly, it may save money at some point because they only have to do it between 9 and 5, but on the other hand, we're going to have to send more body bags because we're putting them at higher risk. And the higher risk we put them at, the more dangerous their job is, and the greater the chances of them not returning home to their families are. And Mr. President, this is another example of another bill we're asking police officers to go into a dangerous situation, and we're putting them again at risk. And on something like this, the rest of our policy is, hey, if you have a small amount of marijuana, it's a civil penalty. If you've used a small amount of marijuana, or if you've had something that was expunged from your record in the past, we're not going to allow anyone else in the Commonwealth to do it unless you're a police officer, because we're going to hold you to a higher standard. We're going to put you under closer scrutiny. We're going to put the microscope on top of you, but we're going to give you a $500 bonus for doing it. Mr. President, it's just not fair. We're making a more dangerous situation for this profession where we're treating that profession not what I would call in a great manner with the bills and laws we've passed, and we're not being respectful of them. We're letting criminals out who shouldn't be let out, people who have been given 3 life sentences plus 118 years. Again, that's not enough time to make a difference or send a message to keep these people in jail because, oh, by the way, they could possibly have been reformed. But we've seen time and time again, when you do let them out of jail, they either kill their victims or they reoffend. And Mr. President, this is another example, another hit at our law enforcement when they just don't deserve it. But on the other side, we're going to say, oh, well, we love our law enforcement. We'll give them a $500 bonus. Mr. President, this is ridiculous. This entire package that we've done, we put these substitutes at the last minute on our desks. And even if we take away the substitutes, some of the underlying policies hurt the law enforcement profession. And if we're not willing to stand up and fight for them, they shouldn't have to fight for us. They shouldn't have to be put under a microscope. And we shouldn't have to continually make their job more dangerous than it already is today. One of the bills we just had was to take armored vehicles, which, oh, by the way, are a protective vehicle. They're not an offensive vehicle. You're not going to attack anybody with that. You're going to protect the individuals so they can get into harmful situations. They can get into shooting type of situations where people are shooting at them, trying to take them out. It's an offensive type of vehicle. We're trying to protect our law enforcement. We're going to say, you can't have them. Mr. President, enough is enough. We need to take these bills, we need to put them all in a block, we need to send them back to committee, we need to put responsiveness back into this, and we need to treat our law enforcement officers with respect that they deserve. We need to treat our citizens with the safety and security that we're elected to provide them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, that was really an interesting commentary that wrapped a lot of different things together, which I appreciate, but I'm going to focus on this bill. And let me say a couple things about what brought us here. This piece of legislation, 5104, has to do with the hiring process. And it has to do with the information that will be available to our sheriffs and our chiefs of police before they hire somebody. And what we were responding to was requests from law enforcement who said they wanted to get more information from the people they were trying to hire. So I'm clear, law enforcement asked for this authority. This isn't from the ACLU, this isn't from some interest group or some grassroots organization. This is from the leadership of our law enforcement agencies saying we would like more information about the people we hire so we don't end up hiring some bad apple who causes us a problem or a lawsuit. So you can vote against the bill if you want, but you know what? You're not standing with law enforcement. I don't know who you're standing with. The problem right now is that when police officers cause problems and they begin a decertification proceeding, to avoid being decertified, all they have to do is resign. The decertification ends. They call up another police department and say, I want to go get a job at a different place. And when that new chief of police calls the place they just left and said, hey, can we see this guy's file? Can we see what this woman did, why they're quitting? The only thing they can say is, no, we can't tell you anything. Even if they just resigned in the middle of an investigation because they beat up somebody that they had no business beating up.
Mr. President,
What purpose does Senator rise?
will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax yield?
Well, Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, if the gentleman can show me somewhere in the bill where it says they can't give them something out of their personnel record, the thing we're talking about here is the expungement of the individual's crime or punishment from the past. But if he can please point out specifically where it says they're not allowed to provide information out of their personnel record.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that's existing law, okay? We're making it clear that if they've been employed at a prior law enforcement agency, all of this information has to be provided, not just whether they had expunged charges, but whether they were involved in a civil lawsuit, whether they were had ever been arrested. They have to provide information about internal investigations relating to that former officer, whether that former officer had internal investigations for lots of different things. I'm not sure the senator really understands this bill, because this was asked for by law enforcement so that they don't have to hire bad officers. Because right now, that's what they do. Right now, it's like pass the trash. If you've ever played that card game. Like, there's officers that I'm told have resigned in the middle of investigations 2 and 3 times that are still employed as law enforcement officers in this state. And that's what this is trying to fix, so we don't have these bad officers causing problems.
For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, following up on a little bit of what the senator from Eastern Fairfax talked about, this is simply a matter of saying future law enforcement officers who are employing somebody who's been agencies, rather, that wants to hire somebody from a former law enforcement agency should get the information they need as to whether or not they really want this person. We have had situations where I've been advised where somebody's been fired from one agency and goes over and works for another agency, and the other agency is not aware of the prior misconduct. And that's all it is. And all it says that a hiring agency shall request matters relating to an arrest or prosecution of a former law enforcement officer, including expunged records, which, by the way, are never destroyed. They're just simply sealed if they've been expunged. And the FBI and others, if you're applying for a job with the FBI, for example, they're going to get that information even though it's been expunged. Again, it's sealed from the public, but doesn't mean it's not still there. And a future law enforcement agency should get that information as to whether or not there's been a prior arrest or civil suit or information obtained from an internal investigation. That doesn't mean they can't still hire the person. It just simply means they should have that information available. And they cannot hire the person until they do see that information. And it's my understanding law enforcement agencies would prefer to have this information. And the other thing it does It just simply says that the future hiring agency may, but it's not required, to do a psychological evaluation if necessary. That's all it does. It gives the hiring law enforcement agency information they do not now necessarily have. It requires them to ask for the information and to give the information, and the previous agency give the potential future hiring agency the information, and then they can do with it what they want to. Doesn't mean they can't hire them. It just means they should have this information before they hire somebody, because many of them are saying, so I've been advised, are saying we would like to have this information. Now we can't get it. That's all it does. With that further explanation, Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Speaking briefly, Mr. President, HB 5104.
Senator has the floor.
About 2 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to attend a roundtable with about 21 chiefs of police at Virginia State University. These were chiefs of police from respective agencies, including universities, counties, and cities in central Virginia. And I was explaining some of the bills, and this is a bill that, to a person, the chiefs of police liked, because they were the first to say and admit that we acknowledge there are some bad apples that get hired in police forces. We want to be able to avail ourselves of this database of information out there, and they were very encouraged and absolutely supportive of this bill without exception. I say that. I appreciate the senior senator from Virginia Beach's exuberance and enthusiasm, but I think it's, respectfully, I say this, misplaced, because the chiefs of police want this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I want to speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, I voted for this in committee, I think. I actually thought that I had registered my opposition, not because of fundamental concerns, but because of concerns about some of the provisions of this particular embodiment of this. I do believe that it is important to have accurate information about the men and women who are being hired by agencies to protect our communities, but I do want to not allow one thing to pass uncommented upon. I know that a few years ago, and perhaps we all are guilty of allowing words to cross our lips that we wish that we could pull back every now and again. And I remember in a particular debate over teacher certification and teacher tenure, I made an improvident comment about the practices in some schools across America in which tenured teachers who were not competent were not let go, they were not deprived of their tenure, but they were transferred to other schools. And my improvident comment was suggesting, or actually it wasn't even something I came up with, but I had read that had been labeled by many the lemon dance. And I remember that when I made that comment, one of my good friends and one of the more imperturbable members of the Senate, Senator Puckett, became red in the face and madder than I'd ever seen him, and stood up and took me to task for what he believed was suggesting that teachers were lemons, which was never my intention. But what I heard today during this debate is deeply concerning, and I hope that it represents an improvident turn of phrase, but I fear that it represents more of the mindset that is embodied in many of the bills that we've seen today. The suggestion that what this bill does is it addresses a practice that has been characterized as law enforcement passing the trash. I'm offended by that, and I suppose that I imagine that many men and women in our law enforcement community are offended by that as well. And I accept that I don't believe that my friend from Eastern Fairfax means to label law enforcement with a broad brush. However, during the course of this entire session, much of the debate has, I think, unfairly cast law enforcement as the villains. I, for one, have great respect for the men and women in law enforcement. I refuse to paint them with a brush, categorizing them as trash. I consider them to be highly valued members of our community, and it is my hope that was an improvident turn of phrase, but I find, as many of my colleagues have commented upon today, this whole trend of blaming law enforcement and painting them with a broad brush as villains and addressing isolated incidents with broad legislation that makes the men and women in law enforcement across Virginia feel as if they are being blamed for everything that is wrong in our communities and everything that's wrong in our society. Mr. President, I regret and hope that this is not the feeling of anybody in this body, but I do believe that is a lot of what has been driving much of this debate, and I simply refuse to allow that to pass without comment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5104? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5104 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 9, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 29, noes 9, Rule 36-1. House Bill 5104 passes.
House Bill 5108, a bill relating to the Criminal Justice Services Board, Committee on Training, Membership, and Responsibilities. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. With recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the Committee on the Judiciary substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. No. Committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree to the floor substitute, and speaking to that motion.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, what the floor substitute does is it changes the membership of the CJSB and the COT to 20 members appointed by the governor from among citizens of the Commonwealth, one of whom shall be a representative of a social justice organization, one shall be a mental health service provider, two shall represent community interests, one shall represent the community interests of minority individuals from one of four groups as defined, and the remainder shall be representatives of broad categories of state and local government agencies, criminal justice system, And that, Mr. President, is what this substitute does.
Mr. President,
For-purpose Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
would the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Will Senator yield? Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the senator from Hampton, how did this change the committee substitute?
Senator has the floor. Senator, I think your mic may be off. Yeah,
One of the changes is initially there was the wording of a civil rights organization. There is a change to a social justice organization.
Mr.
Further question?
Further question.
Senator Yield?
Senator
Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentlelady, why is it important to make that change?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Social justice organization is mentioned in the code in other places.
Further question?
Mr. President, I would ask a further question. Would the gentlelady yield?
Senator Yield? Senator Yield, you have the floor.
What is a social justice organization?
Senator has the floor.
Where social justice is mentioned in the code previously is in regard to the Martin Luther King Commission. That would be an example.
Further question?
Further question.
Senator Yield?
Mr. President,
Senator Yield,
I
you
would
have the floor.
ask the gentlelady, how does that differ from a civil liberty group?
Senator has the floor.
I would have no idea, Mr. President. I would say that the Martin Luther King Commission deals with social justice, and that therefore that was why we decided to use that as opposed to a civil rights organization.
Further question?
No, Mr. President. Speaking to this,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would suggest that this is a response to some of the discussion that took place on this bill on the floor. I think the bill, as it was drafted and as it came out of committee, referred to representatives of civil liberty groups. I think that's exactly what we ought to have if we're going to expand the membership of this commission. What this represents is an ideological turn. It seeks to somehow cast some civil liberty groups as unequal with other civil liberty groups. And by changing from civil liberty groups to social justice groups, it may seem subtle, but I don't think it is. I think it was content neutral as it was originally drafted. Now it is ideologically biased. I would hope that the members would go back to the committee substitute and not go down this ideologically driven path.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the floor amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will say to the senator from Rockingham, it is true, I believe, that the change put forth in the floor amendment was a response to the conversation we had on the Senate floor a few weeks ago, where the conversation evolved around what type of civil rights organization, and of course the NRA was mentioned as a possible organization along with the ACLU. I believe, has the drafters of this bill and has others looked at it, we really tried to understand what the intent of this legislation is. And the intent is to really ensure that the training police officers gain today reflect the complexity of the job that they're faced with, and also reflect the need to embrace a different culture, to not always turn to the escalation of force, and to probably create a better understanding of the intersection of constitutional rights and how they're applied to those who do interface with the police, especially we want them applied in a racially blind fashion. So the determination of using the word social justice rather than civil rights organizations is because the definition of social justice, if you look in the Oxford Dictionary, talks about equality and equal political and social rights. And I think that's why the word social justice came into play, because we were trying to get to organizations that in fact cared about equality and equality in all aspects of how our institutions treat each one of us. So you can argue different things, but there are a number of organizations that actually say they're associated with the value of social justice. I hope that helps. Again, Mr. President, I ask that the floor amendment be accepted. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Would the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, just for my own edification, and I am familiar with Mr. Webster, who sometimes is not quite as articulate and as expressive as terms that appear in legislation and laws. And so I asked the gentlelady, would you just off of the top of your head, for my education, tick off the first 5 social justice organizations that come to your mind?
Senator has the floor.
Well, I don't know if I can come up with 5, but I would say probably the NAACP would be a social justice organization, or maybe the Urban League. I'll start with those 2. I would think that a number of people would be consulted on their views of what a social justice organization is.
Further question? Thank the Senator.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak to the floor amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mostly, Mr. Chairman, I have an observation that I can't help but bring forward as I listen to the debate on these bills. I'm quite convinced that perhaps the Senate needs some sensitivity training, and that there is an inherent bias that I'm hearing, using some of the language we've heard, towards our police force, when I hear language like, so they're not always resorting to force amongst the police department, and organizations that in fact care about equality. And, Mr. President, we may all aspire to make Virginia better and to make sure we identify opportunities to improve recruitment, training, and execution of our police and law enforcement officers. But there are deep-seated assumptions that I'm hearing in this room that don't offer the opportunity for legitimate conversation about how we can make things better. And I think as a result, we have a lot of legislation that is inappropriately designed due to those inherent biases. I urge you to not support this amendment.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no one else wishing to speak on this floor substitute, I agree that we certainly do need some sensitivity training, and not just on this floor. And I've been having to listen to week after week as we've been here, about how we're insensitive to the needs of law enforcement, and we're insensitive to the needs of the Capitol Police, to the state police, to local law enforcement, and just how insensitive we are, because we're here, wanting to talk about issues of equality. We're here because we're interested in talking about issues of justice. Well, Mr. President, I'm concerned that there's a lack of sensitivity on the part of some of our colleagues here on the floor. because we're here to talk about those particular issues. And that we're here to talk about, bias and intrinsic bias. And I didn't call someone out in a committee meeting who actually said to me that I was a credit to my race, because of some issue that I had talked about in a particular committee meeting. That's insensitive, but I certainly didn't call that person out for having said it. But that's beside the point, Mr. President. But with that being said, I would like to move the floor substitute for adoption.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 5108 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 5108 passes.
Returning to page 8, we went by temporarily on House Bill 5049.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I would like to withdraw the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted to Senate Bill 5049. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I move that we reconsider the vote by which we rejected the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate rejected the committee substitute be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted. We need to get this in conference. And what this does is just simply limits the bill to not purchasing certain implements from the Department of Defense. That's all it does. Fairly right. Short. It doesn't include all the things in the substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 5049 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 5049 passes.
On page 10, House Bill 5099.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move we reconsider the vote by which we rejected the Committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate rejected the committee substitute be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the committee substitute is limited to no-knock warrants. I'll explain it. It simply says that any search warrant shall require law enforcement officer to audibly notice the authority, to say what the authority of the officer is. I'm Officer Edwards from Roanoke City Police Department, for example. And the second thing is to identify what the authority is. And I have a search warrant for this house, and in a way that people in the house could understand it. And it also does not authorize search warrants at night unless a judge authorizes it for good cause shown. That's basically what the bill provides, the substitute provides. And with that explanation, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
For what purpose, the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Roanoke yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Be happy to, Mr.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question focuses on one of the latter comments he made, and that is about the audible identification that the police are there and that they're going to enter. Are the police also going to do an admonition during this period of time? Please do not load your guns. Is that going to be part of the announcement?
Senator has the floor.
The bill doesn't say that, but it does say, I'm from the police. I'm here with a warrant to search your house. And there's no time limit. There's no 30-second or time. They can then immediately go into the house, but they need to let people know who they are and why they're there.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Roanoke City yield for a quick question?
Will Senator yield?
Be happy to yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, and I'm specifically going to ask the gentleman if he can answer, we're only going to do these in the daylight. Can he answer why we would only do these in the daylight?
Senator has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Night times are more dangerous, but you can still do it at night if a judge authorizes it for good cause shown. That's all.
Further question?
Mr. President, will the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Senator yield.
Be glad to.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, will the gentleman answer for me, when does he believe most criminal activity takes place?
Senator has the floor.
I haven't checked, but I know there's a lot at night as well. But you can do a search warrant at night, but you need to get a judge, give good cause shown. Why it can't be done during the daytime, which is not hard to do, by the way.
Further question?
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Right now we're on the committee substitute.
I'm sorry, when it's time to speak to the bill.
Okay. Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the bill having been explained, I move that the bill pass.
For what purpose, Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I do understand that criminal activity primarily happens at night, and that, yes, it's dangerous to the criminals to receive a warrant at night. It's also very dangerous to the law enforcement for having to serve a warrant at night. But for the most part, that's when the criminal activity is taking place. That's when the warrant needs to be served if you're going to catch the criminals conducting that activity. And Mr. President, I think that this is a bad bill and another bad precedent to set, and this is going to be putting more law enforcement officers in danger at night when we don't need to put them in danger. And Mr. President, there's a reason that they're served at night. And it's not done frequently. They're not all done at night. They do look at the circumstances of when the best time to do it is, when the best time to catch the criminals in the activity. This isn't willy-nilly. This is something that a lot of thought goes into. So, Mr. President, I think this is a bad policy to set. With that, I'd hope this body would vote against this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5099? Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
If no one else wishes to speak, Mr. President,
Senator's the floor.
I'm sure everybody's heard of Breonna Taylor in Louisville. The city of Louisville paid her family $12 million and is still under apparently criminal investigation. This doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And the reason for this bill is to make sure it does not happen in Virginia. So I urge the body to vote for this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I associate my comments with my colleague, the senior senator from Virginia Beach. I do want to correct one thing that was just said. The Taylor incident actually was not a no-knock search. It was established, the police knocked and announced themselves before they entered the residence and were fired upon first. So let's just try to keep the facts where they should be, okay? The other thing is, look, this is another anti-law enforcement bill. I'm tired of people saying they're tired about hearing about anti-law enforcement. But that's what we're doing here. We're being reactionary to things with misinformation. Now, this is better than what we could have done, but still, here it is again, one more swipe at the police. Let's just keep the facts straight when we're doing it. Thank you.
For what purpose is Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Franklin rise for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I will yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the senator in his daily job as a defense attorney, and looking at line 88, where it talks about the audible notice of authority and purpose sufficient to be heard by any occupants of such place to be searched prior to execution. I would ask the gentleman, based on that line, if I was executing a search warrant, which I've done many of them, in all kinds of places, from mechanical shops where machinery is running to where bad guys are hiding in foot lockers under beds and closets, covering themselves up with clothes or wearing headphones. If your defense of one of those folks that was part of that came out and said, I just didn't hear them when they announced themselves at the door, would this be an out for you?
An out for me?
Senator has the floor.
Well, it wouldn't be an out for me because I wouldn't be the one hiding under the bed where I couldn't hear you. But I would say that certainly because of how this is written, it is a subjective standard. Audible for all to hear. What is that? Behind the door, in the backyard, what part of the house? So certainly as a defense lawyer, and quite frankly, I don't think this is good at all, but for my business and those that practice in criminal defense, it probably gives me a better than 50% shot sometimes when these search warrants are executed of winning them. That subjective standard means at what point and at what audible level is that sufficient, and how is a judge to make that determination? So I would agree with the senator from Spotsylvania, Mr. President, by saying that without any further definition leaves a wide open path for a defense lawyer to challenge search warrants. It's also evident, and I tell the senator this, Mr. President, that what is then the penalty if it is determined by the judge that it wasn't audible enough wherever that person was located? Well, then the search warrant becomes a problem, and then I guess that which is derived from the search warrant would be subject to exclusion from any trial. So it would have a significant impact on any criminal case otherwise. Just on the audible part, not on whether there was probable cause in the search warrant. Reasonable suspicion had been established, probable cause had been established, the execution and otherwise was fine.
Further question?
Speaking to the bill at the appropriate time.
Now it's good. Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm probably one of the few, besides some of the former prosecuting attorneys in here, that have served search warrants in tactical gear and all kinds of conditions. Mr. President, I would just tell you, it's part of our general orders of the department that I served on that we would announce who we are and our badge of authority and what we were doing there. Oftentimes, though, Mr. President, I will tell you, you don't want everybody knowing what's going on inside that you're coming in, because they are loaded to bear for you. And I'm going to tell a quick story so you understand what that means. My old partner and I sat for 3 days watching a house that we knew they were moving a bunch of weight out of drugs. And we had 2 informants, and both the informants didn't know each other, but they both told us every time they went into the house to do a buy, there are multiple guns in that house ready, and these guys made statements that if law enforcement comes through that door, we are going to shoot them. 2 statements from 2 separate cooperating individuals say, you pass a badge to that door, we're going to shoot you. So, Mr. President, if we stood at the front of that door, knocked on the door, said, please, search warrant, I fully expected to take a 7.62 or a 5.56 round through the chest. So there are such situations in which you maybe want to announce, but maybe not that loud. And that concerns me with what the senator from Franklin said about sufficient to be heard by any occupants. Mr. President, I don't think this bill is ready for prime time. I understand why they don't want no-knock warrants. I certainly understand that. But in 9 out of 10 times, police officers search warrants all the time, and it's to their advantage, the advantage of surprise. When you catch bad guys, they don't want to go to jail, Mr. President. They want to do everything but go to jail. And they're willing to use any means necessary in order to escape and evade. And that means if they have to hurt a police officer to do it, they'll have to do it. There aren't many ways that a police officer can get the advantage on a bad guy. There just aren't. And all we're doing is tying the hands of law enforcement again, telling them, we know better than you how to do your job. Let us write it up for you and make it tougher for you. Mr. President, I don't think we should pass this bill. I think it's a bad bill. I think it can go back. I'd be happy to help somebody work on it and bring some others in to look at it. But I don't think we're there. For that reason, I won't be voting for it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the senator from Spotsylvania County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would preface my question that I acknowledge his experience as a law enforcement officer and that he's executed many search warrants, and I also acknowledge the reason for an element of surprise. But I would direct the senator's attention to lines 90-91, which provides for the police officer to go to a judge or a magistrate if a judge is not available and ask to execute a warrant during a different time, such as nighttime, for just that reason. 2 confidential informants said that there are lots of guns there. Would that not assuage the senator's concerns?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman that Section B 87 says you still have to announce that you're there. So at some point you still have to give an audible tone and who you are and your authority to be there, regardless if it's day or night.
Would the gentleman yield for one further question, Mr. President?
Senator yield? Will the senator yield?
I do. Yes,
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator, can he give us a downside to the police announcing the following: Spotsylvania police, search warrant, boom, and then go in? Is there a downside to that, especially if the occupants were able to hear that it was a police officer or that there was the police officer were entering?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would respond with a couple different things, but I'll tell you of a critical incident where there was a hostage situation. We had the occupant of that had the victim with a weapon to their head and in their throat. They were facing out in the street, and we made entry in the back. If we would have made allowed entry without coming straight through without a flashbang to distract the individual, that victim would be dead. So there are exigent circumstances in which you need to go through the door or go in the door quietly so you can gain advantage, either tactical advantage from an angle on a door or some way to use less than lethal on them or something like that. And so in that situation, the bad guy was up front of the house. We went through the back door, snuck in the back door, and we were able to take down the suspect without him knowing us we were there.
And I thank the senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, again, if no one else wishes to speak, looks like we're having...
Looks like we have someone who now wishes to speak. Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax rise for question?
Senator Gill. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question I've got, not being an attorney myself, but one of the things that I see problematic with no-knock warrants is defending your dwelling or castle doctrine. I was wondering if the gentleman could explain if a no-knock warrant is executed and the homeowner, dweller, does not know that it is a police officer, are they able to defend themselves under castle doctrine?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is that my understanding of Virginia common law is that under our common law, Virginia effectively does have the castle doctrine, which is that that you are allowed to protect your home or your castle when you have sufficient reason to believe a person or people entering to cause great bodily harm or death upon entering your home, and you're not obligated to retreat under existing Virginia law. So if somebody's sitting in their house and they have weapons and a bunch of people come marching in without announcing who they are and they happen to shoot back, I would think the person in the home would be potentially justified in taking that action. And that sort of speaks to why these no-knock warrants create dangerous situations. And one of the things I've never understood about them is if you have people sitting in their house, armed, dangerous, it's not clear to me how it makes the situation any better to charge in there without saying who you are. It just seems to me that's a way to maximize the potential of conflict and not to actually minimize the potential of conflict. So that's why I think one of the reasons this is a good bill.
Mr. President, gentlemen, yield for a final question.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
So would the gentleman agree that this bill would actually provide further protection for law enforcement?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I think what this bill does is it allows a judge to, first of all, it creates, I think, safer executions of search warrants, because if they're done during the day, I think they're less likely to result in conflict. And secondly, it allows a judge or a magistrate, if necessary, to make a judgment about whether or not entering at night is the appropriate time and way to do it. And I would submit that, that I think law enforcement officers, professional as they are going to develop affidavits and forms that explain why it is they need to execute a warrant at night and what circumstances appropriate to enter at night. And from my point of view, this isn't going to be that big of a deal when it's actually implemented. I think that law enforcement will adjust to it and figure it out, and that at the end of the day, this will probably result in safer situations for everyone involved.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speaking of the bill, I just can't resist. I mean, what this dialogue just illustrates is we are substituting our judgment for that of the men and women in law enforcement. We are suggesting that one response is appropriate in all circumstances. Are you kidding me? You think that law enforcement executes warrants without searches in situations in which they're not aware that somebody may be in there who's dangerous? Of course they do. They have to make those calculations under the circumstances that they are confronted with. We are telling them what you cannot do. We are suggesting that in a situation in which they know, which they believe and have reliable evidence that somebody is in there with a gun who means to visit death upon those law enforcement officers, that they must announce themselves. They must tell those people, I'm coming in, and give them an opportunity to shoot them. We should not be in the business of substituting our judgment for every man and woman in law enforcement in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that is what this bill does.
For purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the bill, but perhaps put it in the context of more global considerations.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had previously opined and observed that many of the pieces of judicial and social reform legislation that we're dealing with are a reflection and a catalyst of what has been going on a national discussion as a result of some horrific situations that have taken place, and that those situations ought to be addressed. But I've also said before that in spite of the atmospheric conditions, it doesn't mean that we should ignore some of the judicial and social reform that we're undertaking. My concern is that in the General Assembly of Virginia, that some of the reform measures that we are addressing have now been contaminated with hysteria, and that individuals who are advocating many of these pieces of legislation are trying to justify it by some of the most egregious and exaggerated circumstances that they can come up with. And during my entire undistinguished career, I have always said we should never, ever legislate upon the most egregious circumstances that we can conjure up at the time. And there are those on both sides of the discussions of judicial and social reform who will try to dissipate that conversation. It's partisan. It's partisan. That's what it is. There's much more than a partisan discussion going on here. There is a substantive discussion. And I say to you, Mr. President, I don't care what the topic is. I don't care whether it is a biennium budget of the Commonwealth of Virginia or that it is social justice reform. We ought not be accelerating legislation like this in a compressed time frame. And yes, I know we've been here since August the 18th. But that we ought to not be addressing legislation of this dimension under these circumstances. I don't say this with criticism directed at any individual. This many floor amendments to significant legislation that was offered today that the general public has had no input in. The input that I have been getting today on these floor amendments, which the general public has not seen, is from law enforcement who is reacting based upon what limited they can see, and tweeting and emailing and texting in horrific outrage over what is going on. And that may be their opinion, but it concerns me that we feel so compelled that we have to do it now. We have to do it now. By the time we finish with this special session, most of us in here will be looking and preparing for January. And I suggest to you, Mr. President, that I would suggest in January, after we have gotten out of this hysterical situation, that there will be different reflections. And I know every member of this Senate is extremely aware of this fact. And that is, there is infinite more hysteria over in the House of Delegates on these issues than there is in the Senate. And Mr. President, I suggest to you, when we come back in January, that there are going to be senators on both sides of the aisle that are going to have reflected on what's going on in their communities and what we did during the special session, and they are going to go, oh my goodness, We should have been more deliberate. We should have had more input from the public, which has got limited access to us in spite of all this electronic foolishness. And the problem, Mr. President, is going to be this, that even if we, on reflection, are able to get 21 senators to revisit some of these issues that we are trying to enact in law right now and trying to expedite on conference committees, that we are not going to be able to undo it because of that mob over in the House of Delegates is not going to back away from it. And once you put something on the books, it is extraordinarily difficult from a process standpoint to get it off unless you have the concurrence of both bodies. And I must say, it's not because I've eaten my second chocolate chip cookie that I've got indigestion. It's indigestion on knowing the direction that we're going. And I don't say this as a partisan. I am gravely concerned about the direction we're going in, including House Bill 599.
For what purpose is Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak about the bill.
Senator's the floor.
And about 40 years or so ago, when I was in undergraduate school, I took a course called The Criminal Mind. And it was offered over on the law enforcement side of the school that I was in. I was studying political science and English. And I learned then what I still know now, and that is that criminal behavior and criminal intent, the criminal mind, and law and order and law enforcement are not compatible. They are not. They are like oil and they are like water. They are not compatible. And it seems to me, Mr. President, that we are trying to here in the shortest, briefest time, as the minority leader indicated, to rewire or rewrite somehow these rules that have evolved over time and in the nature of mankind. So there are good guys out there and there are bad guys out there. And we're legislating in a way that is hurting the good guys. And we're also legislating in a way that is helping the bad guys. Now, I don't know how we get there, but it must be somehow these push-pull things that have occurred like shock theater. It's like shock theater. Something happens and people want to react to it. And this body wants to react. And the body at the other end of the hall, wherever the other end of the hall is now, they want to react too. And I get that. I get that. It's like shock theater. But we're simply downgrading. We're downgrading. We're not upgrading. We're downgrading our society. And we're making everywhere in Virginia, everywhere, for every law-abiding citizen that we have, and if we truly appreciate them, and I do truly appreciate my fellow man and my fellow woman, and especially the law-abiding ones, we're not making them safer. We're making them less safe. I hope that the members of this body will take a minute to just think about overall what you're achieving and how many babies are going out with the bathwater. It's not one. It's not two. It's not just 3 or 4. We're throwing out a busload of babies with this bathwater. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, with the gentleman from Roanoke City, Yield for a question.
I'll be glad to yield.
Senator Yield.
I'll be glad to yield as long as it's on the subject here rather than something else.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I would ask the senator that during my colloquy with the senator from Spotsylvania County, he brought up a situation where sometimes it may be necessary to enter a home with a search warrant in a stealthy manner without notice. He gave an example of a hostage situation. Does the senator envisage a situation where the police may have to enter the house and they would want to do it secretly without giving notice in order to save the life or of an occupant of that house? Can he envisage a situation?
Senator, has the floor.
I can see the situation where there would want to be a surprise. This doesn't stop a surprise. Just simply knock, announce your name, who you are and what your authority is, and bust in there right then. You don't have to wait 30 seconds like a substitute said, so you can do it with a surprise under these circumstances. What this bill does is make sure the people who are inside know you're coming and you are a law enforcement officer and you have an authority to get in there, and you can do it promptly.
Would the gentleman yield for a final question?
Senator Yield.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Senator Yield,
Senator, that's exactly my point. Can he consider or conceive of a scenario where the police would want to enter and not let the bad guys, because that term has been bandied about, know that it is the police that is coming into the house?
Senator, has the floor.
Yes.
All right. Speaking to the bill, then.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, as you get older, at least for me, I try to, maybe I get a little bit wiser, but over the last few years, believe it or not, I will get into an argument with my wife now and then, and she will look at me and she'll say, you know what you're doing right now? You're not listening to me. You're already thinking of your retort or your response. And so I've tried to learn from that, and I've tried to listen to folks in this body. And Senator Reeves gave us a situation a few moments ago where you might want to enter that house without giving notice. And accordingly, I would direct the body to line 91, where there is an exception, and it says, beginning at 90, if a judge is not available, authorize the execution of such warrant at another time, i.e. not at daytime. I believe it should also include the phrase, and without notice. If Senator Edwards is correct, and there is a situation where we may endanger the potential victim in that house, there may be a situation where we want the police to enter in a stealthy fashion, not giving notice. And for that reason, and if it's appropriate at this time, I would suggest that line 91 needs to be reworked to include the following language after at another time. So it would read at another time and without notice. And I would ask the senator, Senator Edwards, if he agrees that that would improve upon the bill.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, this bill's got to go to conference anyway. But what it says, that line 9192, a law enforcement officer should make reasonable efforts to locate a judge before seeking authorization to execute the warrant at another time or without such notice. So I think it's either one, at another time, such as in the evening, after dark, or without notice. So a judge could authorize, you can get in there without any notice at all, the way I read this.
Further question?
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
I understand this is, and excuse me, I should know this. House Bill 5104 is up, a third reading. Is this not, and does this not present us with the opportunity to amend it in the manner that Senator Edwards just said?
Mr. President, I believe this is going to have to go to conference since our substitute is different than theirs, unless the House is willing to accept our substitute, which probably is not, in which case it would go to conference and all these issues could be looked at that time.
To the Senator's inquiry, the motion pending on the floor is for passage of the bill for HB 5099. In order to amend the substitute, we'd have to reconsider, or actually withdraw the motion for passage and then go back to the substitute in order to be able to amend it. Otherwise, the motion right now is just for passage, and that's what we'd be voting on.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Roanoke City yield for a question?
Mr. President.
Well, Senator, yield.
I'll be happy to yield.
Senator, yield. You have the floor.
I would ask the senator, given our colloquy a moment ago, would he consider withdrawing his motion for passage so that we can improve this bill in a manner that I just described?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would prefer that we go ahead and get it passed and send it to the House, and it's probably going to end up in conference.
Yeah.
So I'd rather go forward because I think the language is adequate.
Mr. President.
Motion to parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
If we pass this bill now, having it already passed in the House, and we pass it, does it still go to conference? Or is it?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. President, my question is directed to you and to Madam Clerk. I'm hearing, does this bill go to conference? What's that? What is Senate amendment?
Right.
So,
if we put this, it's law.
oh, it does have a Senate amendment already. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That answers it.
Yeah, once they accept the Senate amendments, they accept what we did, then it goes to the governor. If they don't, then it goes to conference. So it's up to them. We don't want to leave that up to them.
My favorite is like in a debate and there's like one person who hasn't spoken. It's like
Yeah.
All right. Thank the Senator for your patience. So to address your inquiry was about whether or not this particular bill would go to conference. And I believe the answer is that if this bill were to be passed here today by the Senate, and if the House were to reject the substitute, then the bill would go into conference. However, if the House were to accept the substitute, then of course it would not go into conference. So I think that's the answer.
I thank the President.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Rise for a motion.
Senator has the floor.
I move to call the question.
Question is, shall the pending question be ordered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, noes 19. Chair votes aye. Pending question is ordered. Question is, shall House Bill 5099 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. House Bill 5099 passes. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 5069 on page 10 of the calendar, I'd move that we reconsider that vote so a senator can correct a vote.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 5069 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall House Bill 5069 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. House Bill 5069 passes.
Turning to page 12, regular calendar.
Mr. President.
For what purpose is the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
On the immediate pass bill, I first have an inquiry, and then I think I have a motion based on the answer I get. House Bill.
Go ahead.
The previous vote that you just reported was on passage of House Bill 5069?
Correct.
Having voted on the prevailing side, I would ask that that vote be reconsidered.
Unanimous consent.
Yes, I would ask for unanimous consent to do that. I voted just a minute ago to let someone else correct their vote, and someone asked me a question during it, and I was misrecorded on that vote. Yeah, yes, thank you.
So it's a courtesy that the Senate typically offers.
Right, to make it unanimous. If it is a recorded vote, I don't even say whether it's unanimous.
You could say it needs to be
You want me to say that? Just so that no one. Okay. Okay. And to the senator's inquiry and now motion for reconsideration. This will be the second motion for reconsideration. So it's permissible to make the motion, and it would need to be a unanimous vote in order to reconsider it the second time. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 5069 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass for the third time.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 5069 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 5069 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bill on third reading. Senate Bill 5015, a bill to amend and reenact Chapter 1289 of the 2020 Acts of Assembly, which appropriated funds for the 2020-22 biennium and provided a portion of revenues for the 2 years ending respectively on the 30th day of June 2021 and the 30th day of June 2022.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. As you all know, this is our Senate budget bill, and this bill was crafted in an effort to maintain structural balance while also restoring a limited number of priorities from the budget that we originally passed in March. In March, I told you that our budget was focused on Virginia's future and prioritizes the people of Virginia. This proposed budget still prioritizes the people of Virginia, and the recommendations are made with a focus on continuing to equalize that priority with structural balance. The majority of the items in our budget are restoring initiatives that were unallotted and recommended for elimination by the governor. In order to do this in a fiscally responsible way, staff was asked to find additional savings, which they did. We are not recommending using any of our reserves at this time to protect our AAA bond rating. Now, let me highlight some of the items that prioritize the people of Virginia. In health and human resources, the budget makes significant investments in community-based behavioral health services, including crisis services and permanent supportive housing. It also restores some rate increases for developmental disability waiver providers and skilled and private duty nursing services. It institutes a Medicaid adult dental benefit starting next July. It provides limited overtime for personal care attendants starting next January, and it addresses other high priority needs. Our budget also makes adjustments related to criminal justice reform. The package of legislation that passed the Senate has been funded. Funded items include policing reform provisions from Senator Locke's bill, compassionate release and earned sentence credits, a mental health awareness response system, expungements, and grant funding for body-worn cameras. As we move forward with reform, however, I do want to reiterate the support and appreciation we feel for those serving in law enforcement. To that end, our budget includes a $500 bonus on December 1st of this year for all state and state-supported law enforcement, and supplemental funding that would provide the same for localities that receive 599 funding. Additionally, I want to mention that the amendment stipulates some spending under the federal coronavirus relief funds, and if revenues improve, some contingent funding. Under contingent items, amendments would provide some additional funding for initiatives in health and human resources, K-12, and a 2% bonus for state and state-supported local employees and teachers. I'm going to end by saying this budget is still a great budget for the people of the Commonwealth. But this is just one step in a long process of approving the budget. But this is an important step because it outlines our priorities. I also want to express my deep appreciation to the committee members and especially to our top-notch, hardworking Senate Finance and Appropriations staff. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. What purpose is the senator from James City County? Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the General Chair Lady would be so generous to yield for a question or two.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is anticipatory in the sense that we know habitually that the House passes a version of the budget and the Senate passes a responsible version of the budget.
I agree.
And I compliment Madam Chairperson on her leadership. I've only done a cursory review of the House budget, and I appreciate the effort they put into it, but I am less than impressed. Mr. President, one of the issues of contention over a number of years has involved redistricting. And for a number of years, there were those in the House of Delegates who were pushing redistricting, and generally that came from the Democratic side when they were in a minority, and I believe the Republican majority over there at the time did not embrace it. The Senate has consistently reported these bills out, even going back to our late friend, the former Senator John Miller. Mr. President, this year, the Senate of Virginia reported out on a bipartisan basis, 38-2, the final version on the redistricting bill, and it squeaked through the House on 54-46. On the Senate side, all but 2 members voted for it, including Madam Chairperson and myself. On the House side, many voted against the bill, including the chairman of House Appropriations. And there has been one particular member of the House of Delegates who has eviscerated her colleagues to the point of tears of opposing this bill. With that soliloquy, here is my question. On page 183 and following in the Senate budget is language pertain under 30-391, 392, and 393, language that is important to the redistricting. And if this language were stripped, it would not prohibit the referendum going forward in November, but it would constitute a cumbersome impediment. Having said in budget conference once or twice in my career, I know how things go, particularly at the 11th hour when there becomes an element of impatience and wanting to close it out. My question to Madam Chairperson is, am I comfortable in embracing the unequivocal notion that the Senate budget conferees will not acquiesce and give up on this redistricting language during the course of budget conference with the House?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I know how very strongly the Senate feels on this issue. A 38-2 vote is almost unprecedented here these days, and I am very much in the 38 number. I think this is one of the most important things we could be doing this session, and I and my team will do everything we can to keep it in the budget. Can I predict the future? I don't know. There may be some tweaks to the language. You know how that goes sometimes in conference. But I will do everything I possibly can to keep it in our budget language.
I thank the gentlelady. While I am babbling, if I could be so presumptuous to ask if the senator in the bubble would yield for a question.
What purpose is the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
No, that one over there.
Oh, okay. Be very precise.
Very good.
The senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker. Will Senator yield for a question?
Certainly.
Thanks, Senator. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask the senator from Southern Fairfax the exact same question that I just presented to our chairperson of the Senate Finance Committee, because while you can never embrace a rumor in this body or the legislative process, I am advised that this gentleman is very instrumental in the quiet discussions that are going on with the House of Delegates in negotiating a budget. So I present you with the same question. Am I comfortable, am I confident in an unequivocal way that you will not agree to letting go of this language on pages 183 through 185 of our budget as it relates to redistricting?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the senator from James City County, I've been working on this issue for about 7 or 8 years now anyway, and it's been a long process, but we have made tremendous strides the last 2 years when I carried the constitutional amendment provisions of resolutions to get those passed, and was certainly, it was well received certainly here in the Senate. It was well received in the House last year. It was not as strongly received in the House this year. But I think the people have spoken in terms of where we want to go on this issue. And let me tell you, after putting in all the time I've put in over many years to make sure that we move this forward, I'm certainly not looking to back down on anything right now as it relates to this particular issue. And I would point out that this will only go into effect if the constitutional amendment gets the support of the majority of the voters, so that there is a check on that. But it is if the voters vote for it, to make sure we get it done and get it done properly and comply with the provisions of the proposed constitutional amendment. This needs to be put in place. And so we are appealing to them on the matter of good governance as well as the merits of this particular proposal. And I look forward to success in that endeavor.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman in speaking to the motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I have been asked by some of our leadership, how was I going to vote on the budget and this budget, the Senate budget, and there are certain ingredients that go into that decision. And the question that I just asked is dispositive of how I will vote on the Senate budget. And I will be voting in favor of the Senate budget today. Having said that, Mr. President, just so there is no misunderstanding and recognizing that I am in a conspicuous minority, if a budget conference committee comes back with that language stripped or hypothecated to the point that it is neutered, I will use all of my persuasive powers, ineffective as they may be, to reject that budget conference committee.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5015? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 5015 pass? All in favor of the motion will...
Sorry, Mr.
Senator from Prince William... Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on items 385 and item C70, but voting on Senate Bill 5015 as a whole. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Journal will so reflect. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, Mr. President, I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 3-1.01FF, but voting on SB 5015 as a whole.
Thank the senator. Journal will so reflect. For purpose, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 374, but voting on Senate Bill 5015 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. For purpose, the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill,
Thank you,
rise.
Mr. President. On behalf of Senator McCullough, on page 4, Senate Bill on 5083, she abstained because of the agreement.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect.
That's a different one.
For what purpose is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from Prince William. I got so wound up in redistricting and budget, I almost forgot what I was supposed to do that was responsible. Mr. President, I would appreciate it if the journal will reflect that I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 313 of the budget, but I will be voting on Senate Bill 5015 as a whole, sir.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. For purpose, senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill,
Thank you,
rise.
Mr. President. I apologize. I read the wrong one. I apologize. Please announce, Mr. President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 114.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer McCullough, Jennifer is not me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Did he?
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Former senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on items 313, number 9S, 479.20, number 1S, and 482.20, number 18S, but will be voting on Senate Bill 5015 as a whole. Thank you.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. For purpose, senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 303, but voting on Senate Bill 5015 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. For purpose, senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise.
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the motion.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, first I want to indicate that I'm extremely grateful to the chair. During this process, there were Republicans and Democrats that were at the table at every moment during this process. And as we went through, there are many savings in this budget, and also the structural balance that the Senate has done in saving $300 million+ is extraordinary. And so when you start going down the process of looking at the expenditures, you'll see they are offset by savings, and that's a very helpful thing. Mr. President, also, I want to congratulate the Senate and the chair for what we did yesterday. What we did yesterday was hard. We went through a bunch of committee floor amendments. We had a great discussion about them. I was 0 for 3, that's okay, but we went through that process. Mr. President, in the other body, every single one of those floor amendments were put on the table and never discussed. Mr. President, I would say this: if this body ever goes that way, I look forward to leaving the body. What the chair did, what this Senate did in regards to this budget as it related to the process and concerned about the structure of the Senate is to be admirable, whether it be Republicans or Democrats, and I'm very pleased. Mr. President, there are some things in this budget, and most of you know that I've encouraged a lot of you on my side of the aisle to vote for a lot of budgets, and I've voted for a lot of budgets that people on my side of the aisle didn't vote for. This budget has a lot of bills in it that had to be funded. There's no question about it, because the Senate passed the bills. That's all there is to it. I voted against many of those bills and had some concerns about their impact on law enforcement going forward. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that structurally there is a great deal to be thankful for in this budget, and I think future General Assemblies will be delighted that we did it the way that it was done as it relates to not spending long-term with short-term money. So, Mr. President, even though I will not be voting for this budget, I would say that there are a lot of items in it that are much better than I anticipated when I first came down here, and the process by which we went through early on is one to be commended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purposes does the senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 36, I'll be abstaining on item 414, number 2, but voting on the budget as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. For what purpose, senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the motion,
Senators, the floor.
I would just like to associate my comments with the previous speaker who served on finance and who I know put in a lot of time working to make this a good budget. And I have to say, I listened to the debate that we had today on the Senate floor, and I heard us talk about some of these bills that really impact life and death in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And it really, really bothers me that we will sometimes labor for hours over minutia in legislation just to get it right, because that's our job and we know we're supposed to get it right. And today we have passed legislation, the funding for which is in this budget, where I think almost everybody in here, whether you agree with the legislation or you disagree with it, knows that we didn't actually get it right. And that little bit of time that it would have taken, that might actually mean the difference between life and death for somebody who's a victim or for somebody in law enforcement, it really bothers me. And I had my button pushed to speak, and then we called the question. So I would just be remiss if I didn't say that. I do compliment the chairwoman and especially the staff that worked so hard with our committee to put this together, and appreciate that so many things that really matter to Virginians that have to be fixed are in this budget. But I will say for the parts of this budget that I know we have to fund, it is with a heavy heart that I vote to support this budget, because I know that we can do better, and that we can do better for the Commonwealth of Virginia, we can do better for our men and women in law enforcement, and we can do better for those who are victims of crime, and yes, for those who are being prosecuted. The process matters, and I'm disappointed that we didn't do better today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5015? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 5015 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. Senate Bill 5015 passes.
Memorial resolutions. Senate Resolution 555, celebrating the life of Nancy Louis Spiegel.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to Memorial Resolution 555, honoring the life of Roanoke Valley educator Nancy Spiegel.
Thank the senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please stand. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Resolution 560, celebrating the life of Charles C. Woods.
Senator from Franklin, Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, could this go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 560 will go by for the day.
Commending resolutions. Senate Resolution 558, commending Hilton Elementary School.
Mr. President.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Can that bill go by for the day, please?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 558 will go by for the day.
Senate Resolution 559, commending Delby Huff.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
I'd ask that SR 559 go by temporarily. Go by for the day, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, Senate Resolution 559 will go by for the day.
Monty.
Okay. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would ask the clerk, does this complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For what purpose does the Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteph, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, just down the road, Patrick Henry delivered his famous "Give me liberty or give me death" speech at St. John's Church here in Richmond in 1775. Patrick Henry is also credited with warning, "Guard with jealous attention the public liberty." Well, Mr. President, I'm here to tell you today that we're the body that should be protecting our public liberty. And I feel that we're not doing a great job of that, Mr. President. I feel that we're villainizing our police departments and we're giving compassion to the criminals, rapists, murderers, child sexual predators. Mr. President, I hope when we come back here that we can do so thinking about what we're tasked to do in public office, and that's to look out for the safety and security of our citizens. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
I meant to do this yesterday, but given the late hour, I opted to wait till today, not realizing that we'd be here at nearly 4 o'clock today. But, Mr. President, members of the Senate, we started this session talking a little bit about parole and our parole board. And something is going on with our parole board. Something's rotten with our parole board here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And quite frankly, there have been developments this week, and I expect there will be developments next week that will highlight some of the problems in connection with the parole board and, frankly, with the transparency of our state government, especially the Office of the State Inspector General. You know, back in, I guess about 6 weeks ago, there was a Inspector General's report involving the Vincent Martin case. What has not gotten a lot of attention is the fact that the Office of the State Inspector General apparently released 2 reports. One on the 24th of July and a second one on the 28th of July. Those reports were given to the Office of the Governor, both apparently roundly excoriating the parole board for violations of law and policy. The Inspector General produced first, in response to Freedom of Information requests, the most ridiculously redacted document that I think I've ever seen in my life. Everything except the addressee, the date, and the finding that, that the complaint was substantiated was redacted out of that entire document. In response to a request by the minority leader of the Senate and the minority leader of the House, the Inspector General was acquainted with Virginia Code Section 2.2-313, which requires that on any occasion upon which an adverse finding with respect to the administration of state government is made, the Inspector General is supposed to deliver his findings to essentially 5 people, to the governor, the majority leader of the Senate, the minority leader of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and the minority leader of the House. Back in July, the Inspector General did not do that. The Inspector General had to be reminded of his responsibilities, and only upon being reminded of those responsibilities, he provided a copy, an unredacted copy of that report to the minority leaders of the House and to the end of the Senate. What has evolved, and quite frankly, he's never produced that July 24th report. He produced the July 27th report, but the parole board made it clear that they had responded to a different report, and that report's never been provided to anybody. So fast forward to last week, Channel 6, Richmond Times-Dispatch, I believe the AP, have reported that there are apparently 5 or 6 or 7 more investigations of wrongdoing and misconduct by the parole board. The media apparently filed Freedom of Information requests to which the Office of the Inspector General responded last week. Now, we know what these reports look like because they produced one back in July. It was a 6 or 7 page document. Formal, it appears to be a form that the Inspector General follows. It is simple. So what did they do? What did the Inspector General do in response to the Freedom of Information request? They sent a letter claiming the statutory exemption that is available when the information that is requested is too voluminous and can't be collected within the 5 days that the Freedom of Information Act gives public bodies to respond. That's outrageous. It is clearly flaunting the requirements of transparency embodied by the Freedom of Information Act here in Virginia. And to compound matters, it is a flaunting of that obligation by an entity that is supposed to be the watchdog of our state government, unaffiliated, immune from pressure from the executive branch. They are the ones who are supposed to be delivering it. And why is it that they're supposed to deliver this to the governor, to the minority leader and the majority leader of the House and the Senate? It's to make sure that there is transparency, that there is no political motivation for covering up misconduct. It is to make sure that allegations of misconduct, when they are found to have been substantiated, see the light of day, not to have them sanitized by political allies. So fast forward again to this week. Upon the, actually last week, the end of last week, once the reports were surfaced that the Office of the Inspector General had refused to provide these reports to the media, a letter was sent by Senator Norment and Minority Leader Gilbert to the Inspector General asking immediately for those findings to be produced as required by law. It appears that they have been sent to the governor, but again, unless it has escaped anybody's notice, I don't believe that they've been delivered to the majority leader of the Senate. I know that they have not been delivered to the minority leader of the Senate. I don't know whether they've been given to the Speaker, but I do know that they have not been given to the minority leader of the House. This is just fundamentally wrong. The people of Virginia deserve to know. If the parole board has screwed up, if they have broken the laws, if they have violated their own policies or procedures, it needs to see the light of day. This is not partisan. This is the administration of honest government here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Every single one of us is invested in the integrity of our system. I call on the Inspector General to promptly produce these reports as required by law, not sanitized versions, not whitewashing the investigation that's been done. Tell the people what your findings are. We've seen this in higher education. We need transparency there. We need transparency in our election process. We need transparency in our criminal justice system and in our parole system. It's not too much to ask for. And the media, they ought to be banging on the doors of the governor's mansion, of the inspector general's office, of the parole board, and trying to get answers. Those answers are due, and I look forward to seeing them, and I think the people of Virginia deserve better. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
First of all, I compliment the senator from Rockingham. This is a rather serious issue, and I look forward, along with the majority leader, to timely receiving that information. But the real purpose that I am rising for, Mr. President, is a point of inquiry. One of the challenges for many of us that have the opportunity to continue to pursue gainful employment is adjusting to the irregularity of the schedules that we have been following during the regular session, and I appreciate that Mr. President has been having to adjust as well. My question is to anyone who is empowered to make the decision is, what is our schedule going to be next week, and what is our schedule going to be the following week, so that some of us can try over the next 2 weeks to rearrange our schedules? I don't say that in an adversarial sense. I just ask for a point of information, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, we're going to recess until 2 o'clock on Wednesday for next week, but I honestly can't tell you what our schedule will be 2 weeks from now. We may have everything done next Wednesday. We may not. That's why, I can't give you a definite schedule. I don't want to tell you something that you make plans and it turns out not to happen. So I can definitely tell you about next week, but I don't want to give you information, and I'm being honest with you, Senator Norman, I don't have that. I would imagine if we don't finish, and there's anything left, there shouldn't be, but just in case, we might come back for one day, maybe the middle or the end of the following week. But that's the best I can tell you right now. If I find out anything different, I'll call you immediately.
Mr. President.
Further question?
I thank the gentleman. I would say, Mr. President, I certainly am not the embodiment of all understanding in the process, but I think I can say with some reasonable degree of comfort, this is not going to be over next Wednesday. And so I just would respectfully, and I mean this sincerely, respectfully, if perhaps you could look ahead and do some contingent planning on the following week, and as soon as you and others have congealed on that, if you would let us know, it would be helpful for many of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake? Senator Spruill rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, thank you so much. And to our members, I want to speak about that I love the House of Delegates. And some members of this body sometimes say things about that house, I'm pretty sure, on the other side. But in order for us to get along, we got to stop talking about each other's house. Let me give you a quick story. Was a president, when a person by the name of Lionel Spruill was in the house, he used to call that other body down the hall the House of Lords. That's what we call them, because we thought they were crazy. And then all of a sudden, Mr. President, that crazy Spruill now is in the House of Lords. And my first day in the Democratic caucus, I said, oh my, why am I here? I hate this place. I'm talking about Senate Democrats. I hated it because they were different. Now I'm going to call Central Norman. Don't get upset because I don't call that from what area you're from. First thing I do, I make a mistake, and I was carried to the window. So y'all will know when you see Senator Locke and Senator Lucas carry me to the window, I have said something wrong. So they take me to the window when I misbehaved myself. Second, when I can understand, in the house, I could do this in the house. Then I look at the clerk, and she gives me an eye. I said, oh, I did something wrong. I say to myself, I hate this place. And I say, no one in the Senate loves me. But then, guess who? Well, I know John Goswell loves me. I know about that. But Senator Norman, I know I'm supposed to say the gentleman from Williamsburg, but Senator Norman and Matt Dugan, they love me. I said, oh, my Lord, a Republican love me. So now all of a sudden things begin to change. So I'm saying, well, why is it now that I should say something about the House? What's different about the House than this body? Well, you got to understand. In the House, there are 100. So don't talk about them. I love them. In the House, they are younger. In the House, they think different. In the House, some of them pray the Lord. And I say to myself, the prayer that the gentleman from Franklin, how about that, gave this morning, we didn't hear that prayer. And I say to myself, we got to respect the House. The House has to respect this body. Because if we didn't, every time a gentleman in this body speaks, I'm not going to call his name, I want to say, shut up. Can't call his name, the same stuff over and over again. And we were saying, we're the Senate, we got to do better. Some of the things that I want to say, and they say, Spruill, don't forget, you're not in the House now, Spruill. You can't do that now, you're in the Senate now. You got to behave a little bit better because I had some good crazy times in the House. But at the same time, it hurts me when we talk about the House members because a lot of us were in the House. And you were to go back and read some stories when I was in the House. Woo! It was something else. But at the same time, they're the House, we're the Senate. At the same time, we have to respect them. At the same time, they have to respect us. If we're going to get anything done, it will take both bodies. So I'm asking y'all to please, don't talk about my friends in the House. And I'm going to ask them, please, don't talk about my friends in the Senate. Because I love the Senate. When I finally got to love the Senate, it was not because of the Democrats, because both members on both sides of the aisle came to me to try to help me to understand. The clerk, bless her heart, she tried to, I know she prayed for me many days, tried to help me to understand. So I love the Senate now because I understand that those crazy things that I done in the House, you can't do that over here. I'm in the House of Lords, man. I know how to do better. You see. So with that, I'm asking y'all to please, don't talk about the House. Now I told the House, don't talk about the Senate. I love both bodies. I want to be able to get together and do what's best for Virginia. Bless your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, a moment ago, my colleague from Rockingham talked about the administration of honest government and transparency in government, and I'd like to continue on that theme, but in a different vein. This involves what I think is a lack of administration of honest government and a lack of transparency, and I'm sad to say that it involves an agency that is run by Democrats. You may recall 2 or 3 weeks ago, we've gone on so long, sometimes it blends together. I was speaking about SB 5120. I believe it was Senator Ruff's bill. I could be wrong, but it dealt with the lack of professionalism by the State Board of Elections. It involved sloppiness, and I brought out the fact that the State Board of Elections was required by law to complete voter maintenance lists within 90 days of an election. And I pointed out that they didn't do that, and their response was, and they're mandated to do so by law, and I pointed out that they said, oops, I'm sorry, we didn't get to it. I'll try harder. Think of all the laws that we pass involving state police, universities, our own behavior, the behavior of the general public. Can you imagine, would we tolerate for a moment if we passed a law and we allowed them to say, I'm sorry, I forgot, or I'm not going to abide by it? Well, after I gave that, one of my colleagues gave me I think it's 70-odd pages. It was a report prepared by JLARC, and it's titled Operations and Performance of Virginia's Department of Elections. And it's dog-eared because I've gone through it a couple of times, and it shows a complete and utter lack of respect for the JLARC study by the current Department of Elections. And I looked at the time to see who was on it. Our Senator Norman was the chair. Members included Senators Hanger, Howell, McDougal, and Ruff. And this JLARC study is a scathing report on the doings of the Department of Elections, including the current department. This 2018 study, which was conducted for us, stated the following, that the Virginia Department of Elections, which I'll refer to as VDE, does not utilize all available data sources to maintain accurate voter rolls, that the state system that is used to maintain those voter lists is long overdue and needs to be replaced. That system, as you all know, is called Verus. In its recommendation to us, it said that Verus needs to be replaced and that VDE has yet to replace the software, even though State Department of Elections is being provided $1 million a year. $1 million a year, and they still haven't replaced it. Now local registrars are having to deal with an outdated and broken system during a health pandemic. They went on to say that VDE does not adequately oversee local operations, which is causing a lack of uniformity in electoral operations. They said that VDE has 3 appointed positions, including the chairman, former Delegate Robert Brink, more than any other agency in the state. As you know, these positions change with each new administration. Here's what they said. This is leading to a lack of strategic leadership, inadequate management, and political interference and bias at VDE. The study clearly stated that VDE continues to be susceptible to political influence. Now, if that doesn't scare everybody in here, it should. And it doesn't make a difference if it's run by Republicans or Democrats. It happens to be run by Democrats right now. But for this study that we pay for and we receive to say that VDE continues to be susceptible to political influence is scary to me. Go on, they're not done. It said the registrars are not being given sufficient guidance from VDE related to the update of certain databases for the electoral system. In April, Powhatan Registrar Karen Alexandra publicly admonished VDE for their lack of guidance and coordination to local registrars. The registrar said, "We feel very much left in the dark with the number of unknowns that we are facing." And did I mention there's an election coming up? There are now reports across Virginia that due to the lack of preparedness and communication from VDE, Virginia Department of Elections, to local registrars, Virginians are being sent duplicate ballots. Now, this is precious. I read one of the registrars, and this is a registrar in Richmond, where I represent. 300 duplicate ballots were sent out. Duplicate as in somebody who requests an application is giving 2 ballots. It's not right. And Registrar Showalter said that due to the delays caused by a legal dispute between artist Kanye West, who had mounted an independent bid for president, she said that in some cases it resulted in some 300 voters receiving duplicate ballots. In other words, because they were focused on Kanye West, they sent out 300 duplicate ballots. And then said, and I'm quoting, this is the precious part, "In my office's enthusiasm to make sure every voter got a ballot, they made sure a few voters got 2 ballots." Let me read that again. This is her quote. "In my office's enthusiasm to make sure every voter got a ballot, they made sure a few voters got 2 ballots." Well, number one, it's not an enthusiasm to get a ballot. It is a duty. It is an obligation. It is a responsibility by law that you get a ballot. Just one. And then she goes, quote, "We apologize to anyone who got more than 1 ballot." The wrong folk you're apologizing to. How about the other 8.1 million people whose voting is being diluted because another small segment got duplicate ballots? Completely misunderstands her role. But going back to my original point, it doesn't matter which party is in control. It just happens to be that the Democrats are being in control right now of the Department of Elections, and there's bias and influence, and it's wrong. And I mentioned to my colleague, Senator Norman, that if we have a JLARC study done, and it comes to us, and we see all these defalcations in the Department of Elections, we have to do something about it, or simply take JLARC and get rid of it. Why spend the money on that department and those reports if we don't do something about it? So, with that said, it bothers me immensely that the demands and dictates and suggestions that were outlined in this 2018 report weren't followed by the Department of Elections. And by the way, if you go by their office, ain't many lights on at 5:30. We often stay here till midnight. We follow the law. Can you imagine if a judge issued a discovery order and said, you have to do this in a certain time? Oops, I forgot. Or if a police officer issued a directive to a subordinate, oh, I forgot. Or a doctor told a nurse in an operating room, you do this. Oh, I'm sorry, but that's what we're allowing them to do unless we act upon it. I already showed a few weeks ago that they didn't follow the law, and an oops isn't satisfactory. Now we're showing that 2 years, almost 2 years later, they haven't made the requisite improvements, even though we're giving them how much a year? $1 million. So with that, Mr. President, I would say that while I feel somewhat better that I have vented regarding the defalcations of this organization controlled by Democrats, it's not going to be satisfactory until we do something about it. And if I was the head of government, if I was the titular head of Virginia government, if I was His Excellency, the governor, I wouldn't tolerate people not obeying the law in a state agency, and I would fire them if they didn't do it. I suggest that 24 months to get their ship in order is enough. Thank you.
That was their ship, like a sailing ship, in order. Thank the senator. Just for clarification. For what purpose is the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise?
For a brief point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
I wanted to respond to a few of the points that the junior senator from Richmond made about the Department of Elections. While there are improvements that can be made, particularly he mentioned the Veris system, which we know is antiquated and ready for replacement. We can't blame people whose light bulb you might not have seen on at 5 o'clock for not replacing a multi-million-dollar system. They don't do that with their own change. We, the General Assembly, are the ones who requested a request for information from contractors who could come up with a replacement system. And as a member of the General Assembly, there are 140 of us with unique ability to put in a budget amendment to get the funds to make that happen. Further, while the reports about people receiving in isolated incidences more than one absentee ballot are troubling, it's important to people to know that that same Veris system that is in need of a replacement prevents votes from being counted more than once. Those votes all have the voter's voter identification number on them, and as they come in, they're logged in, and once one vote comes in, there will not be another vote that's recorded from the same voter. So we all have an ability as members of this body to work with state agencies, to fund state agencies adequately, and certainly to change laws and require them to change their regulations when we find them coming up short. I think that I want to thank the registrars around the Commonwealth of Virginia and their staff. They work long hours and do not receive enough compensation. I've tried to get them better compensated. I think we've done a little bit better, but not as far as I'd like to see us go. But I think we have to work as a team on a bipartisan basis to get them the resources they need to maintain a first-class operation for the people of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Just a brief personal privilege. You know, hearing the points of personal privilege, you'd think the world was coming to an end, or at least certainly the Commonwealth. My understanding is that more than 800,000 ballots have been mailed out, over 800,000. At the same time, 4 years ago, it was 150-some thousand, 160-some thousand. Quite frankly, if there were 300 ballots, duplicate ballots mailed out of 800,000, that ain't a bad batting average. And the Electoral Board seems to me, if they can get at 800,000, they're more than doing their job. One other thing, we've heard over the last couple of weeks about all these people that are getting paroled and they're going out and killing half of Virginia. In 2020 so far, to August, out of 2,141 requests for parole, 259 have been let out, have been granted. And we've heard about 3 or 4 of them, which would mean that the other 99% didn't make it to the paper, because if they did something, it didn't get reported. And by the way, that incident where somebody got out and killed their victim, that was in a local jail, and they got out because of the threat of coronavirus. It wasn't part of the parole board. They didn't have anything to do with it. So just want to assure you all that, we're not in a state of anarchy, hardly. And quite frankly, if 300 bad ballots or duplicate ballots went out, and more than 800,000 been mailed. Quite frankly, the Electoral Board's doing a pretty darn good job.
Thank the Senator. The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
I would like to remind the members of the Senate that it is the custom, usage, and practice of the Senate when we are taking up memorial resolutions or points of personal privilege, members should stay at their desk, not walking around and not talking. That goes for members of the Senate staff. It applies to the press in here, and I'll be taking that up with security also. But when you stand and make a point of personal privilege, you want the respect of your colleagues in this room, and you owe them the same courtesy and respect. The Committee on Local Government will meet at 1:00 p.m. on Monday, October the 5th, 2020. This is a virtual meeting. And the weekend weather report, there is no snow forecast in Virginia this weekend. Have a good weekend.
How many days to Valentine's? How many days left to Valentine's?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that the Senate now stand in recess until 2 o'clock Wednesday, and as soon as we can figure out if we can create a schedule for the following week, we will do so, and we will notify. I'll notify Senator Norman as soon as if we can get that done. So with that, I would move that we stand in recess till the time noted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand in recess until Wednesday, October 7th at 2 p.m.? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands in recess until Wednesday, October 7th at 2 p.m.